welcome. Let me greet you with the words of my sister. Ooh. Today we see the greatest of gods, God Empress Yelena conquering the world and bunking all heretics in her way.
Was läuft? Was läuft? Herzlich willkommen zu einer weiteren Ausgabe der Tyurru Show. Lehnen Sie sich zurück und genießen Sie heute, wie unsere Göttin die Evelina versklaven und knechten wird. Uhu, uhu, uhu. You and your woo. You're all crazy. Hello Evelina. Hi Kalvar. Hello Sidvisis. Welcome you absolutely gorgeous people.
Something. Must be Kalvar. It sounded like
I'm so excited to see you.
I am in fear of Yelena.
I have to stop that word. I think I really need to ban that word. Nobody can do that to themselves. Welcome, you gorgeous people. Did you have a nice day? If not, maybe we could brighten up the day today. Okay. So really guys. Maybe. When are you all on UWU tip? Do I have to block the TTS because of you? Yes. I think that was a year. I think that was a definite yes meme. Or maybe I need to reduce the cooldown. Or no. Or I'll make the channel points ultra expensive. And then I'm going to set all channel points to 0. Well, I'll put it this way, the English version is extremely cute somehow.
I wish I could somehow retune the old German voice. I could try it tomorrow morning. There have been a lot of updates since then. There was a very cute German voice, but it had never worked. The program. And speaking of programs, even my own STTS in German strangely doesn't work anymore. And I don't know why.
Schaut euch das an. Der Text unten wird zwar eingeblendet, aber ich sage nichts. Okay, jetzt geht's doch wieder.
That's such a bullshit.
Hey, wusstest du schon, dass ich heute ein UVO gegessen habe und dann ein UVO gelesen habe und
I
dann
somehow
sah
put
ich
an
heute
hour on
einen
this shitty
UVO
program
auf dem
today and
Baum.
didn't get it right. Hello, my dear Moss. Yes.
Yay!
No shit. It took me an hour to fix this stupid program. And in the end, it didn't help at all. Now
Old
this stupid
MacDonald had a
program has
farm.
fixed itself.
Ooh, you.
Somehow. Oh, fucking guys, you're killing me. You're driving me completely insane. Do you know that? Today we have a very important goal in mind. Today, we'll decide if our journey will go well or if we will have to restart. We're in the process of building our first fucking Diablo. Unfortunately, the whole thing takes 30 days. So we have to survive for 30 days, or we will find other new Diablo chips. With the new Diablo chip, we can greatly increase the speed of construction. No, reduce nonsense. And that's exactly my goal. But I don't know if I should summon more enemy Diablos. That's pretty dangerous. In addition, we really survived with difficulty yesterday. To be fair, my tactics turned out perfectly. And that was this enemy siege type. And we summoned the Diablo. We closed our door and the only way to get the Diablo was to actually walk to the siege. Our plan worked perfectly. The siege was abandoned, the Diablo was half dead, and we were able to deliver the coup de grace. And now we're all happy. Probably. In addition, Evelina has almost dismantled all of our plastic steel. Up north. That said, the only job she has left is to dismantle doctors, research, and wait for the Diablo to finish. And we have a first craftsman robot that is helping us to make our drugs right now. Not to mention our medical robot, which will make sure that we can take the prisoners apart. I'll probably have to build another new prison somewhere. I need more space for our warehouse right now, and I need space for my new buildings later. But first of all, we have to take care of the defense. We have to take care of our Diablo, and we need several resources. And only when all this has been eaten in the truest sense of the word can we feel safe. We have 66,000 wealth, which is way too much for me normally. Yes, we got a lot of items. We have smoke sheets, we have chips, we have a lot of components, and we have a mortar. The components are the decisive reason. So you absolutely gracious beautiful creatures. What are you all playing at the moment? I had seen that Evelina was at least kind of playing a nice building game, but I have no idea what that was. And I guess the good Culver is also pretty busy with his World of Tanks and Final Fantasy XIV. That's right, our dear Culver is still in his element. Okay, you know what, Evelina, I think I'm building the first real food. You're constantly out with food poisoning and I don't like that. Aw, Medaya gets cookies. Hi Pat, thank you so much for the 100 cookies. I hope you're doing well.
どう書きじゅを
So when we finish this game here, we might first do a little short vote in the Discord whether we might try another round of Rimworld with a new challenge, or whether we should go directly to Dungeons 4. Hello Illinois. Yes, I am online every day from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. But that's German local time. Well, yesterday had been one of the worst days imaginable for me. It was just complete madness what was going on in private and at work. I'm in a pretty good mood today. Yes, I'm in a really good mood today. And I really want to keep playing this game. The day before yesterday we almost died, and yesterday we managed to do exactly the opposite and made extremely good progress. But of course I also hope that you are doing great, my dear. Unfortunately, I don't know where you're from, what time it is, whether you're just about to sleep, whether you've gotten up, whether you still have to go to work. I know, for example, our dear friend SID is American and every time I want to start my stream, he has just woken up and it's about lunchtime for him. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh shit, and you're awake. Well, a regular sleep rhythm is very important. Wait a minute, if it's 1 a.m. at night. That would mean you're 6 hours in advance. Somewhere near Russia, perhaps. Definitely not America. If it were America, you'd have to be behind me in time. Okay, of course. Asia is also a good method. No, Brazil is about the same as America is the local time. Russia and Asia are about 5 hours away, depending on where you live. I once had a friend who came from the Philippines. I also had some friends from Japan. Very nice people. Yes, the internet connects. It can't be Portugal either. Wait a minute. I'm not necessarily the smartest person, but Portugal is also south of America, isn't it? Oh, I don't know for a deity, the countries all look the same. Hello, Goldie. Yes. No, I didn't say Portugal is in America. I said Portugal is south of America somewhere. Hello, Exonia. Okay, wait, now I'm going to Google just because of you, Goldie, stupid asshole. Damn, next to Spain. I'm a fool. Aw, fucking shit. I'm stupid. Yes. Okay, I had been really great in topography, always on 1, and that was mega embarrassing. No one will believe me, but I had been good at geography.
Sister Wakit, dub.
The other Portuguese nations is Brazil, which is why you may have confused them. They were both under the same crown once. Next you say, France is in Poland. No, I wouldn't say that, but I would say that there is no France anymore. They were overrun by Germany, right? I'm pretty sure France has long since ceased to exist. In history,
Yay!
I also had a one. By the way. Hey, I'm sorry, but the German setting isn't really working right now. Culver has already tried this. Well, my mother is from France and I had been in France as a child. But I can't remember what I looked like there, not at all. Oh, you don't have to be sorry about that, Pat. I'm just saying it so you don't waste your points. I don't know exactly why my programs have been bugging around so much lately, but the German doesn't always want to. It took me an hour today to make the German program work at all. And now it works, but people can't switch with channel points anymore, for whatever reason. Okay, all our traps have all been rebuilt. We are safe again. All we have to do is make sure we get our one guy back on friendly terms so we can call for reinforcements. In 7 days at the latest, I might be able to do that. Quick question though, why diverse your audience with different language? The simple answer is because the Discord chose it that way. Originally, I started with German, at the very beginning. And at some point I tried English. And I just couldn't decide between German and English. And I've asked the Discord several times. Hey guys, what do you like best? And indeed, the election had always been extremely close, usually even a tie. Some people find the German voice better, others the English one. And then the other people said, you know what, then just give people the opportunity to vote for themselves. Do you speak English in the program or German in the program? In fact, a good mix of both. Life is that neither German nor English I speak well, and the pronunciation in both cases is very bad for me. That's where the strangest things often come out. If we can't think of a German word, say it in English. And if I can't think of an English word, I say it in German. In any case, it is extremely advantageous if you speak the language that the program represents, of course. But as I said, sometimes I just can't think of the words and then I try the other word in the other language. You had all witnessed the strange exotic things that sometimes came out. The worst thing is the naming. The naming is where the worst things come out. Whenever you see a name at the bottom of the subtitle, it should be completely capitalized. I usually spelled it out. For example, ILNOO. You see, teleletter is capitalized because I spelled it, otherwise it won't work. If I tried to pronounce it like that, it would only result in crap. I'll know. That's why I spell almost all the names. Hello, Alades. Well, like I said, I'll just spell your name ILNOO. But as I said, I have to recite all the letters individually if I want to pronounce N names, otherwise it won't work. And whenever you should see a word at the bottom of the subtitle, which is completely capitalized, I spelled this word. Sidvisis. Illides. Is. Oh no. Okay, Gold Killer actually works like this. But he doesn't do the A, he does it. If I try to pronounce your name completely. Sid Devious, let's see what happens then. Or just Goldie. Exactly. Goldie is always good. I can't pronounce by my own name. Watch out for Tyurru. Amazingly, Medaya works. Or I'll spell Tyurru. Hello Nicholas, you exciting creature. Welcome to hell, where Evelina reigns. Well, it only reacts to random robots. Please, what do you mean by World of Warcraft troll Tyurru? Hey N, will Warcraft also be a wonderful blood elf for you? Or was I playing at most once a month for this monthly task and box? Instead, I play a bit more Final Fantasy XIV. I mean, generally speaking, I just love fantasy games really much. No matter what form of fantasy games have always been my absolute favorites, always. Is there a fight? Here. In any case, we have almost died several times. The red dots are the attacks. And we had a hell of a lot, especially yesterday. Take a look at this red dot here. And then look at that yellow bar underneath. That was the day before yesterday, when we almost died. And yesterday we did so much right, especially just before we broke up. There was an enemy siege and I really thought, shit, I'll never be able to do that in my life. What have I done? I summoned the enemy boss, robot, and he wiped out the enemies for us. The yellow indicator is your wealth. The more wealth you have, the bigger the attacks. Your wealth is made up of creatures, objects, and buildings. These are the other 3 bars. And all 3 bars make up the golden bar. Hi Brandon. We play on the highest difficulty level 500%, which means you really need extremely little wealth, otherwise you will be fucked very quickly. This means that our little Evelina has to defend herself against 19 opponents in the meantime. Even the corpses from the last attack are still lying here. But yes, this game is extremely strategic. And we don't have real combat robots. Well, if you're a cannibal, you could slaughter the corpses, use the skin, and the meat, too. But we don't do that right now. I'm currently trying to take prisoners, take out their organs to sell, and then I'll use the live types for my capsule to make very valuable cores. I need these cores for my super robots. And what is the coincidence? Yesterday we started to build our first mega robot. Our Diablo. The only problem is, it takes forever. And until then, we only have our mini robots and all our spike traps. What the hell is the Cobra doing in my base? Do you have the floors are, almost, worthless mod? If you don't, should remove all the floors on the map you don't need. Well, they're really not worth that much. I mean, we have 66,000 wealth, and that doesn't really matter anymore. From 50,000 riches you can almost shit on it, honestly. So, now I'm going to show you how incredibly talented Evelina is with the gun. Oh damn, the panther wants to eat Evelina. Protect me, my robot protects me. Oh, if only someone else would lick me. So, the stupid cat will bleed to death in 4 hours. VoD. Our Evelina also has many extremely qualities. You can really do a lot in these games. There are ideologies, there are genes, there are opportunities for negotiation. My dear Brandon, as I said, I just shit on the 2 floors completely straight. There is almost nothing here far and wide. Maybe there's a little bit of concrete here, that's it. We have 66,000 wealth, so it doesn't matter whether you have 5,000 or less or more. So, now let's shred a few robots that are lying around here. Oh yes, you have a huge world map. And here we are. There are different factions with different people and different abilities. Our main opponent is probably the opposing robots. In fact, these are my archenemies. Normally. I have to be honest, my personal nemesis are the Neanderthals. This is by far my personal hate race. Neanderthals always come in huge numbers. Whenever an attack comes, the attack is made up of points. I'll say exaggerated 50,000 points and a Neanderthal has maybe 1,000 points. Whereas another faction with modern weapons, there might be a guy who has 5,000 points because of good weapons and armor. That's why Neanderthals are always extremely abundant. When an attack comes, you somehow have 100 enemies on your doorstep. In addition, the Neanderthals eat 50% less damage. They are super strong in melee combat and also do more damage in melee combat. Neanderthals are sometimes stronger than any high-tech opponents with naval armor. And then there's this extreme mass. What would you rather fight against? Against 30 enemies with high-tech weapons or against 100 enemies that simply roll over everything? Yes, it's offline. There's no online at all, there's no co-op, there's no other players. I think there's a mod where you could play with people. I've never looked at that before. But this game really has millions of mods. You can completely change the entire game. I think I saw a mod for multiplayer, but I think there were 2 people on the same map and were able to rule a base together. But maybe there will be something new in the meantime. I also have some mods, but my mods are 90% cosmetic. I have a lot of different hair and colors and eyes and faces. Usually, the game looks quite different. The figures look much simpler. But for me, as I said, there are really a lot of interesting things with the look. And as Goldie writes, you can really do a lot with the mods. For example, we did a zombie apocalypse a few months ago, which was really hard. There's medieval, there's some CSP, there's horror, there's Fallout, Warhammer, there's medieval Star Wars. You can use a lot of different mods. Yes. The game itself has a main game and 3 DLC, although I honestly have to say, of all the DLCs I would only get the last DLC at most, because there were most of the novelties, for example the genes and robots together. Although, to be fair, I also find the ideology very interesting. The ideology allows your colony to develop extremely ingeniously in different directions. You really have a lot of options. Right now, for example, we are transhumanists, i.e. someone who really goes into extreme high-tech. And, well, Evelina uses robots to make it look like. I really like to do challenges. I always play most games on the highest difficulty, no matter the game. And that's why I always try to make sure that my mods don't affect the game extremely. Otherwise, it's just not a challenge anymore. As I said, my mods are mostly cosmetic. So, theoretically, birth control. Also Z-layer mods, the only one that works are and only goes down. I could even imagine that we will play with the zombies again at some point. That had actually been quite funny. It's just a bit buggy in places. But I have to say, this was a very interesting and fun mod. I don't even remember who recommended this to me. I think someone who used to watch me when I played that one game. By the way, this game almost never really ends, but they always say you finish the game when you leave the planet. Rimworld. That was also the very first game I streamed back then. And it's also my favorite game. And I'm going to stream this game much more often from time to time. The game here is called Rimworld. So, our deep drill is actually empty. Yes, the game here is Rimworld. Maybe you didn't realize it because, as I said, I was playing around with the graphical settings. Usually, the game looks a bit different. Alright. Next, we research our fabricator, then we can make our own components, but we lack steel. I don't think we're doing anything that could somehow increase our wealth even further. We are already at almost 70,000 by now. I could somehow get rid of 10,000 of them if I sold my components or the drugs. This stupid snake eats all my food. Dung cattle. Unbelievable that you scored. You were kind of down 8 points in marksmanship. Hold on. How long have you been a marcerist? Have I set this up? I mean, it's practically somewhere and somehow. If you're in pain, you're pretty happy. But we still need a bit of steel for our little new workbench. Not Yuelnu. Yuelina is in the game here on pain, look. There are many different traits that a colonist can have, and this is actually a trait. Each property has advantages and disadvantages, right? Well, only disadvantages or only advantages. And in fact, Majorist is quite interesting. This means that if she is in pain, her morale will increase. It's important to keep your spirits up, otherwise people will go crazy. And when they go crazy, anything can happen. Sometimes they're sad and running around, sometimes they're hitting objects, sometimes they're bringing their own friends and animals out of normal things, and once one of my people hit a nuclear bomb and blew up. There are also people who start digging up corpses or torturing prisoners. Are there all sorts of things here? Unfortunately, there is no room with rubber walls. Alternatively, just build the walls out of wood, and if the prisoners don't behave, then you set everything on fire. By the way, this has already happened several times. A crazy monkey is chasing Evelina, so just defend yourself and don't run away. You're going to win against a fucking monkey. It's so awesome when Evelina is out in the fresh air, some animal always wants to kill her. Do you notice that first the panther, now the monkey? I don't know if the monkey had a name. We could just call him Petra. Okay, let's see, is there scrap metal here somewhere, or have we already collected everything? I think we've always been very good at collecting everything. Then let's organize a few chunks of granite. Hello, Puka. Do you have any hatred for Petra? In fact, I have 4 times Petra in the gastronomy, no idea what's wrong with the mothers. No, but seriously, we have the name Petra 4 times, and really all age groups are young, old, half-dead, everything. I'm just afraid we'll have to build a bigger room at some point, because the manufacturer won't fit in anywhere. The crap thing is just way too big, I can never stuff it in here in my life. Or I'll rebuild a few things. Drug lab could theoretically go into the chamber. The workbench for the stones can be located to the south, and the smelting furnace could also be on the wall. And then the huge manufacturer theoretically fits into our space. Hey, look at a slave ship. Hello, my dear Fluffy, you wonderful fluffy creature. Aw, Medaya gets cookies. And thanks again for the 100 cookies, Pat. Yes. That really wouldn't have been necessary. But thank you so much. Okay, he's got some pretty interesting stuff for a slaver, even a bionic arm. Hello, Katerina. So I'm already tempted to buy the bionic arm. Why not? Of course, there is slavery here. I mean, you can gut prisoners like a Christmas goose, you can enslave them, you can even make sex slaves out of them. This game is very dark, it looks cute, but it's extremely dark. You're constantly doing all sorts of war things here that aren't allowed to be done. Real criminality. You can even enslave and beat children and harvest organs. There's nothing you can't do here. So, now let's try to add the bionic arm to Evelina. Yes, there are always games where everyone is always so shocked. Oh no, violence against animals, violence against children and I don't know what, but in the end, it's still just a game and here in this game you can really cause a lot of mischief. But because the game probably looks so cute, hardly anyone notices. Look at Palworld, what a shitstorm it has received for violence against imaginary animals. Hey, by the way, stay away from the cookies that belong to Medaya. Palworld is probably the most popular game at the moment. Much more popular than Cyberpunk. The good thing about games where kids are immortal is that you can strap one to your arm and you have an indestructible shield nodders. That's why I organized a mod in Skyrim where I could hurt children. Why? Because they deserve it. Damn shit, our electricity is gone. Like, if you think about the setting of the E-game, the understanding is that they're different species and it's okay to do bad things to them. You speak like a real space marine. By the way, since you don't know the game, there are currently 3 storytellers. On the one hand, there is the upper lady who makes everything a bit more consistent. The middle lady who is a bit more peaceful. And then there's this stupid asshole I have right now who does everything completely randomly. And as I mentioned before, we turned everything up as well. We have 500% difficulty on attacks. And we get a few fewer resources and morale is reduced by 10 points automatically. I don't know, somehow people always overdo it with such things anyway. There are so many problems in this world and they look at some video games that are too brutal, I can always laugh my head off. If you don't like the video game, don't watch it and don't play it. It's that simple. Then look at other problems, add real, starving children, add real animal crimes. There are so many orphans and so many animals sitting in the shelter. Then do something good and adopt one of them. Instead of disappearing for a while, discuss how brutal it is to do it to imaginary animals or people here. But hey, some people just have a little too much free time, I guess. Yes, that's on top of that. They just want to win somewhere, but they don't realize that they're just losing. The more you fight against such things, the more popular they automatically become. The best example is this game from Harry Potter, which came out a few months ago. What kind of huge shitstorm was there? And in the end, this shitstorm led to people automatically buying the game extremely. And you have the same principle now with this PAL word. Hogwarts Legacy, mega shitstorm from the entitled First World people and bam, people bought even 3 copies of it. The game sold mega well. VoD. And how many people modded it to do stupid s? Yes, there were a lot of shitstorms because of PAL World. Firstly, because you're using some kind of violence against animals, and secondly, because it's just a Pokemon knockoff. And what did you achieve with it? Absolutely nothing. On the contrary, the game has actually been bought more often than other celebrities like Cyberpunk and company. That's why it just doesn't help at all. I used to be on Twitter. I announced a very big Discord a few days ago. I'll never go there again. The site is super useless and just full of very toxic people. Not only okay, there are also some very nice people I've met, but I really don't need Twitter. And that's exactly how I said goodbye to TIK talk or short videos. That's just not my collar size. I like it cozy, I like it peaceful, I like it funny, and I have a dark sense of humor. And if I see a video maker, even if it's maybe only a few seconds in size, then I upload that as a real video on YouTube, with real thumbnail Panam. Her ass has proven that it works. Yes, of course. I've tried a few shorts, I've tried everything, I've even funnily enough tried ASMR at the very beginning, I've tried just making mini shorts and well, I've been on all platforms, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. You have to have tried everything at least once. And I've noticed that being on Twitch, Discord, and YouTube is enough for me. That's all I need. First and foremost, I just didn't want to be alone anymore. All my groups in World of Warcraft kept breaking up. And that's why I started streaming in the first place. Yes, not only the Mossman.
And now there
The
are
problem
a bunch
is that
of
it has been
madmen
proven that
around
these
you.
short videos are just a very nasty drug. There are people who sit on the phone for many hours and soup through these short videos through hundreds a day, and at some point they find something funny that gives them pleasure very briefly. But when did one of these people who watched a short video immediately say, "Hey, I'm following this person"? You just go straight to the next mini-VoD. It's a bit like casino, or I have no idea. In any case,
Oh my goodness,
it is a new
a
type of
subscription.
drug. Oh my god, thank you so much for subscribing to Moses Man. No, honestly, I really don't think much of shorts videos back on TikTok nor on YouTube. I'm of the opinion that these things are totally useless. I see it in myself. Whenever I'm on these short videos myself and I see something that I should find funny, I didn't catch myself following the person or leaving a like. They have even published statistics where you can see very nicely that, for example, Twitter doesn't do anything if you want to get bigger. On Twitch, a maximum of 1%. Really important, if you want to grow big, is apparently YouTube. And I've seen it on my own little video, which already has over 35 views. This is a fucking video. Brought me over 150 subscribers on YouTube. Again over 50 on Twitch. And if something went viral on TikTok or Twitter, I didn't notice anything. Not on either side. Hey, my Saint TTS is really capable of being very creative, especially with the name. Mossman Monofmus. Well, if all your videos have between 100 and 200 views, you're already extremely happy as a little person. And if one of the videos suddenly gets thousands of views, then you can say, oh, that went pretty viral. As I said, the best example is YouTube. Usually, my little videos have maybe 100, maximum 200 views if everything goes really well. The best videos of mine have up to 1,000. And now I have a single one that already has over 35,000 and it just goes higher and higher. But at the end of the day, you have to decide for yourself what's important to you. I don't care about becoming famous. I assumed that I would attract any people at all with my STTS. I have already achieved more than I had hoped for. I never thought I'd have 500k followers on Twitch. Never in my life. That's exactly what I meant. By the way, we have just finished our first research for the fabricator. Now it is being built directly. Quite expensive, the device. Fortunately, we still have high-tech components, but we need steel. Hey, There's a merchant coming, a royal merchant. I can't do anything with him. Unfortunately. The manufacturer is the next step in the direction of high-tech, so to speak. That's where the big armor, the good chips, and the good weapons and items are built. We're still relatively at the beginning, if you want to take it that way. But I want to at least try to make my own components. Components are super important. You'll need yourself for just about all the items, weapons, and any important buildings. In the beginning, you can only get them by mining or trading. And now, when the thing is finished, we can build some ourselves with the help of steel. Well, I'm trying not to accumulate too much wealth at the moment. For me, it's just about being able to make my own components in an emergency. My trade is currently related to smoke leaves and organs. Out here are the smoke leaves. My agricultural robots harvest the things and my craftsman processes cigarettes. And that's what I use to act. Cigarettes are very popular. So I think every trader takes them. And organs are the most valuable things in the game. By far. By a huge margin, but for that you need prisoners. At the moment, as I said, we're trying to survive until our Diablo is finished. Then I can try to spread out a bit. As I said, we don't have a good defense. We have a very simple defense that has worked well so far because we have a bit of luck as well. But our robots are simply not combat robots, they can't do anything in combat. That's the hard thing about mechanics. You just don't have many defenses. And somewhere it works. That's why we're betting on our first high-tech robot, the Diablo, and the thing is an absolute unit. If we manage to build this big machine, we won't be completely secured, but the battles will be much easier. And believe me, this baby is good for all situations. He has a huge infernal cannon that sweeps everything away with one shot. An automatic turret on the skull, which is also pretty strong. And best of all, he has a huge all-around fire thrower. And yes, the Diablo needs a lot of research points, a lot of resources, and then it needs a total of 30 days. You can speed this up if you find more chips from an opponent's Diablo. Alternatively, maybe I could even summon another Diablo and use the chip to make all our robots build faster. Yes, of course. In the game 30 days in real life, that would be a bit nasty. I love this game, but I would never wait a real 30 days for a robot. So the Diablo has completed a total of 3 cycles out of 12. You don't see that right now because my little sister is in the way. Moment. So you see, he's at 9. And it counts down. If it is at 0, it is complete and the cycle currently lasts 2.3 days or 2.5 days. We can speed it up. There are very special chips for this. Right here. A chip reduces time by 33% and you can implant it in your skull 6 times. Does that mean you'll eventually have 200% faster building for robots? But to do that, you'll need resources again, and you'll need that precious Diablo chip. And getting hold of this chip is not very easy. Now, if I were to summon a Diablo, it would come with a total of 10 friends. The more you summon him, the more friends he gets. In total, there are 3 different boss robots that drop different chips. There's the Diablo, there's the War Queen, and there's the Unspeakable. What is the name of the Apocryphus? The War Queen is my personal favorite. If you have several of those, they're super awesome. The War Queen herself can hardly fight at all. She does have an automatic minigun, but her real strength lies in the fact that she builds 3 combat hedgehogs every few seconds. It consumes a lot of steel. But if you manage to get a lot of steel and you somehow have 5 war heralds, you have 15 little fighting hedgehogs with 1 push of a button, and if you somehow do that 6 times in a row, then you can imagine this huge army. But we won't build the War Queen until much later. For now, let's focus on the Diablo. He is, I think, a bit easier than the Queen. I'd have to do some special research for the Queen anyway. Yes, exactly. And for this research, I need the last chip for the Apocryph. And I don't think I can do it in my current state. This Apocryph is quite simple, but at the same time mega evil. First of all, he's extremely mobile, he can jump back and forth, so even if you ambush him somehow, he'll just jump out. Second, he has a pretty strong ranged weapon that also has an extreme range. Thirdly, but this is only a minor problem, he has a special aura that lowers the morale of the colonists. And the closer you are, the stronger that aura is. And now comes the worst. And it can also revive friendly robots. And now imagine that the guy is standing at the very back and in front some big robot is dying laboriously and he just revives them. Yes, robots, just like humans, have body parts that can break. The robots, however, are a bit simpler. You can repair them, and if they die, you can pick up the corpse and put it in the box and revive it. The only problem is every time you repair them, they consume energy. You run with energy. When a robot is working, it loses 10% energy per day. When it does nothing, it loses 3% energy, and when you fix it, it eats up a whole lot of energy. Whenever you recharge the robots with energy, or when you revive or build robots, you create a lot of toxic waste. This stuff is really ultra harmful. There are several ways to get rid of that before they burst. It's best to cool them first. If you refrigerate them, they won't burst open. My method is to put them in the transport capsule and send them to the neighbor nearby. If I do that, I lose some reputation with this neighbor. But I have ways to boost that reputation again. If you shoot this thing somewhere where there might be enemies, then you can trigger an attack, and believe me, this retaliatory attack is ultra fierce. Because, well, who likes to be bombarded with toxic waste? A little later, there is a very special research. Then you can build buildings that convert this toxic waste. Then the toxic waste is simply automated and it's gone. It is simply dispersed into atoms. But to build a building like this, you'll need the highest chip there is. From the very last robot for every single building. And on top of that, these dumb buildings cost a whole lot of electricity. Oh, shit. Okay, here comes an attack, apparently. We are lucky in our misfortune. So they are wall breakers, which means they will bypass all my traps and want to break through my wall completely. No, it's not in Neanderthals, it's the fire breathers, and that's our advantage. These creatures are super weak in melee combat. But they can breathe a lot of fire. But the fire simply doesn't interest our robots at all. And they also send a spy directly to the front to break through the wall. Apparent. They're not combat robots, but it should work easily against these guys. And that's when they start spitting fire. And as you can see, it's no good against robots. Hey, they just break through my wall down there through the pigs. They completely ignore me and just break through the wall. But you see, in melee combat, the guys are completely useless. Okay, I think we can even take prisoners, that's super cool. Yes, I don't know exactly why they just ignored me completely. But I honestly don't question that. So, I'm just going to unload the prisoners with Evelina and hopefully my robot will keep them alive. And then we do some more crimes. Here, for example, you can see how the last parts of the body work. There are diseases, blood loss, there is poison, there are many parts of the body, fingers, hands, legs, all organs. And all of it has a certain number of life points. For example, this person has lost a leg and has very heavy bleeding. In 3 hours he even dies. He has already lost 50% of his blood. He is also barely conscious, can no longer move, speak, eat, nothing at all. This person has a lot of small bleeding. What does my medical robot actually do? It doesn't work at all and it just lies around. Woe betide the prisoner because of it. Okay, the prisoner is saved. You can do the next one for now. We just need to stop the bleeding. Nothing else matters. And I have to say, the robot does a really good job. Wait, that would be 4 prisoners. And who the hell is that? I don't know who you are, but you also captured. Well, they don't really get cured. They are simply prevented from dying. Normally, you could also use prisoners to improve your own medicine. What class did you play in World of Warcraft? I actually played a warlock 99% of the time and later a paladin tank with Medaya. And Tyurru is a sorceress. I was actually really involved in the progress raid at the very beginning. The good old days when Ragnaros still existed at Catalmism. To be fair, I only started with Cataclysm. Okay, the prisoners are pretty much all treated and there's a merchant. Oh, that's just a native, I don't need that. I don't even know where they're going, the idiots. I really liked Warlock. Back then, you forced me to do Demonology because it was the only class that gave 10% spell power to Catacularism. But actually, I've always loved Destruction. Chaos Bolts and Fireballs and company. Oh yes, that's a dealer, a wholesaler. But they are natives, they have nothing practical. I really don't need those guys. Good. How convenient that the robot even feeds the prisoners. So, finally, Evelina will get her bionic arm. We're going to take out some organs and then we're going to put them in the capsule. We know that people sacrifice to get a very valuable core, which is what you need for high-tech robots. You see, there's the first lung. You can take out a lung and a kidney. Usually makes a lung, a kidney, and then the heart or liver.
Yay!
The problem is, if you take out the heart or the liver, they just die. That's why we only do one lung and one kidney and then we put them in the capsule. Enough drinking, so far let's see. Well, at least I seem to have drunk half a liter somehow, if I understand correctly. Not necessarily now that I'm streaming, but in general. So, and there's the kidney out, and now we're going to put the person, as I said, in the capsule. High-tech robots need high-tech cores, and you can only get them if you sacrifice people. So, there's the gist. And we're going to keep it up. Then we have 4 cores, which is more than enough for the future. Maybe I'll even build a second craft robot. Ah, and you just see again, fix all their injured robots. I think they're all fixed. No, the Diablo is still going to take a long time. We are now at cycle 8. We're only a third of the way through. As I said, maybe we'll even get a core of a Diablo somehow. That wouldn't be such a bad thing. But I don't dare to conjure one up now. This is very critical. Okay, the paramedic didn't manage to remove the organ. He failed catastrophically. No, he survived, just barely. He almost bled to death. But we need to get rid of all the victims as soon as possible, because otherwise we will have problems with the guests. Foods that eat too much for me. He certainly doesn't have a family, does he? There is nothing about a family here. Yes, this weird Andrea has an ex-husband, for example. I'm sure the guy will be happy when he hears that she's died. What does the damn medical robot do all the time? He screwed up again. Okay, something is wrong here. Maybe the room is too dark. I already noticed yesterday that the robot obviously needs light. I mean, my humans definitely don't need it, otherwise they work slower and make a lot of mistakes. And apparently, robots need too. Screwed up again. Okay, let's make a little torch up there and then we'll see. Maybe with a little light he can finally work properly. Yes, damn, he's so busy feeding, that's what I don't like at all. Okay, the first operation was successful, Dana, and the second one probably went right away. So apparently he really needs light, it looks. That's the only explanation I have right now. And at the very front there is light because of the lamp. But there was no light on the right side. Yes, it was apparently only the light. Fair enough. So, the next person can go in. Comes to people loading the box faster. I think my transport robot is too busy right now. One would assume that the robot would somehow have some kind of light on the front, but openly it wasn't. And the funniest thing is that the robot seems to be blind. Yes, we have a cleaning robot, but the little asshole is charging right now. The space up here doesn't bother me at all. I mean, it's a prison. As far as I'm concerned, there can be anything in it. So next we have a few parties so that both their mood rises and the reputation of the neighbor improves. It's handy. She can party and the robots do all the work on the side. Okay, the first party was a great success with 20 reputation points. Very nice, if we should make it to 75, we have achieved what I wanted to do. The party sucked. No, we don't invite people, it's just one of our ideologies and you can choose what kind of party you do and what that party does. Sometimes you can get new people, or you get energy for your weird mini spell, or the reputation increases, or you discover an ancient complex. And I've taken this dance party 6 times and set all 6 so that the neighbor who is closest to it increases morale and reputation. I did that because I knew that I was giving the neighbors toxic waste. Oh, a real wholesaler. And that's even the guy who's getting the good morale from me right now. Okay, my robot just failed in 2 surgeries. And we did it. They are at 78 and are now allies. This means that we could call for help in an emergency and they would join in the attack. Let's see what the wholesaler has for us. We have so many organs, we can sell them all now. In any case, he has components, I'll take them and we could theoretically buy the steel. Nevertheless, we still made really good positive sales. 672 silver and we still have organs. Maybe I'll go out myself and trade with people. But from the looks of it, they won't have new items for another 11 days. I have chosen a position that is really awesome. We have a beautiful road and that's why the speed of movement is super fast. And we have 2 precious neighbors, the purple and the blue. Okay, now we have 4 of these super cores, so I guess I'm going to take out a heart and kill the guy. The heart gives a lot of money. I don't think our neighbors will hate us. We already have 93 points in positive territory, and if the party is perfect, then we will be at 100. We could use the communication system to call the guys, summon a merchant or an assault squad. A vendor costs 15 reputation points, and an assault squad costs 25. And here we have a very interesting quest. A huge mechanical cluster will land with us, and as a reward we can choose something. But honestly, I'm not stupid. I love the Glitter World medicine, I would really like to have it. But oh well. Oh, there's even a mortar in there. No, absolutely not. I don't want our Diablo for that long. Exactly, by the way, the cleaning robot works. Super diligent the little one. And in fact, cleanliness is super important in the game, really very, very important because of the beauty and especially because of diseases and because of possible food poisoning. Maybe you'll be there someday, when we've had a really big battle and our entire base is full of dirt, blood, debris, then this puts Rover is worth so much gold. Where does the fucking monkey come from again? Yes, fuck off. Deceased. How? Who died? I mean, sometimes it may well be that one of the prisoners was somehow friends or even related to Evelina. And if that person dies, you'll definitely get very bad morale. Oh, you get diseases very quickly, especially in the jungle is the highest probability you can have of getting diseases. Fucking shit. On fucking shit. When we started the game, Evelina even got 3 diseases right at the beginning. First malaria, then some other worm disease, and then the flu. And food poisoning always happens. The good thing is, Evelina has a trait with super immunity. So illnesses are actually the least of her problems. Yes, I had to create something somewhere in terms of space with my genes. She's fast, she's happy, she has very fast wound healing, the pain is reduced and she's sturdy. And she never sleeps. But you have to balance these points with negative traits. This means that it can do virtually nothing. Like a mole. She's extremely ugly, she can't fight, she can't cook, no plants, no animals, no art, no medicine, no social nothing. I think she actually becomes unhappy when she's sick because she needs physical pain and not illness. Pain. But we can test that again. If she should have an illness at some point. Yes, she has a ranged weapon, but her ranged skill is down at 8 points. The fact that she can hit anything at all is actually a miracle. She's not supposed to fight, because if she faints, all the robots are out of control. That's the big problem. If she's supposed to go crazy because of morality or is hurt and faint, then that's it. So, down here we have a small problem, namely a centurion and 3 battle caterpillars with blaster. These battle caterpillars are actually the elite unit, so to speak. They're super strong in melee combat, they're even stronger in long-range combat, they have ultra-high health and well, the only downside to them, they're slow. Yes, they are guarding the crashed mini-spaceship. This mini-spaceship, as you can see, gradually expands its radius, and the radius kills all plants and trees. The good thing is, it has a maximum range factor of 100. So at some point it's over. I think short from my base. So it won't destroy the entire map. I'm not going to attack either, not now. I can't attack them. I don't have any way to stand up to those guys down there, not at all. Yes. I don't have a nuclear missile either. In case you're asking. There is also no nuclear missile in the game, only with a mod. Yes. But there are other very funny weapons. In fact, there are fun weapons of mass destruction like a laser beam or an orbital bombardment. I actually think the Diablo doesn't stand a chance against 3 battle caterpillars. And then there's the Centurion. And then they also have 3 melee fighters. I mean, that thing down there doesn't bother me at all. We don't have to worry about it, we're still waiting. Hi, go Joyce Smash. As I said, the radius spreads by a maximum of 100 points, which would be about close to my wall. As long as my own plants don't break, nothing bad should happen.
Oh ja, wir können auch Deutsch sprechen.
Unfortunately, my German language program is not working properly at the moment. Normally, the audience can switch between German and English. But somehow, German today doesn't want to. I don't know why.
Test. Test. Oh, da ist Deutsch. Sieh mal eine an.
Most of the time we are in English, but as I said, the viewers can decide for themselves what they want to hear with channel points. You can switch every 15 minutes. You can do a lot of nonsense with the channel points in general. You can also completely change the look. Yes. Yes, you can also hit if you want. But who wants that?
Windfaust.
Hey, thanks for your follow. So, we've completed our important research. From now on, the only thing we really have to do is look for raw materials. This means that our Evelina will now use the good old underground scanner. Oh, shit. Oh no, and you have a mortar. Okay, it won't be active for another 9 days. This can be set up. But you see, these robots are making our lives a living hell. Especially those stupid clusters. You can also use the clusters to your advantage if, for example, there are human or animal attacks. Of course, thank you so much for joining us. Have a wonderful night. Sleep comfortably. VoD. Hey, by the way, our drainage dolls have already cleaned the entire area, fits completely. It just goes to show that we've been here for over a year. By the way, in the game there is a quarterly change every 15 days. This means that a single year lasts 60 days. So you see, if I say 30 days are the Diablo finished, then you can say half a year in the game. Okay, the two battle women have a minigun. And then they also have these weird capsules. I guess we're probably going to have to call for help on this thing. Our Diablo won't be ready in time for this. And if we're unlucky, the lower spaceship might wake up as well. The big problem is of course the mortar, but it sleeps for at least 9 days. Oh, hello YouTube guest. Hello, my dear Speed.
I need a decoy, Nicholas, to throw it at the mortar.
Let me guess, you just happened to see the video of what went through the roof with the huge butt. Wait, we can't shoot Nicholas, Evelina. No, you guessed right, that's German. I can theoretically switch between German and English. Oh yes, I'm on YouTube and on Twitch, but on YouTube nobody usually watches, because well, who goes on YouTube for a stream? But maybe someone will come by from time to time. And you can also see in the upper left corner where the chat box is with me. That's where you actually see the people who write on YouTube. Yes, the subtitle is always the opposite language. Maybe you like German better. Moment.
Hallo mein lieber Speed, wie geht es dir? Auf Twitch können die Leute selbst umstellen, was sie hören möchten. Auf Twitch gibt es Kanalpunkte und damit kannst du die Sprache andauernd hin und her wechseln. Ach komm, so schlimm ist die deutsche Sprache doch gar nicht.
I mean, normally we also play English, but there are also a lot of German people here. And as I said, the chat can decide what it wants to hear. That's what this fun feature is for. So I can tell you, I'm not from Germany, I'm from Norway. I grew up in France and then came to Germany, and I personally like the German language a lot. I don't know why Germans hate their own language so much. There are so many interesting words. I even roleplay in German because it's really fun. You can describe any situation. No one has to be ashamed of the German language. I think it's a beautiful language. Hey, welcome to Twitch. And as you can see, you can create a lot of nonsense with channel points. You can completely change the appearance, the position, mini videos, sounds, you can hit me, you can caress me, you can change the language. Yes. My mother is French and honestly, I don't like French either.
Rindfleischetikettierungsüberwachungsaufgabenübertragungsgesetz. Einfaches Deutsch.
Thank you, Evelina. I said there are very interesting words, didn't I? And the word is definitely one of them. In English, by the way, it's kind of 8 words. Beef Labeling Monitoring Task Transfer Act. That sounded very strange. Hey, thanks for your follow. Oh, well, as I said, I really like the German language. I don't just say that, I find it very interesting what kind of words there are. In English, everything always sounds somehow the same. Although I have to admit, the German language is quite difficult. Maybe not as hard as other languages, but I found it quite hard. To this day, I still can't really do it perfectly. And I've been in love for many years in Germany now. Funnily enough, through my work, I realized that even Germans don't really know German. That's why I'm not as insecure as I used to be. Yes, every word has a gender. But there are, I believe, only 3 main genders.
Der, die, das. Der. Die. Das.
We'll stick to English, there's only one. It's terrible. I'd say any other languages other than I know of are stupid hard.
Go, have a head pat.
Well, as I said, my problem had been, I traveled around a lot as a child and that's why I don't know any language really perfect. English and German and my best language by far, and both I can only semi-okay. Well, word genders are usually not important unless you are using accusatives. The interesting thing is, my mother is even a German teacher, although she comes from France, and well, I think she had quite a crisis with me back then. You shit, guys. We have found a huge deposit of plastic steel. Oh my god, that's another 6 in the lottery. That's exactly what we need. Our most important source of raw materials. I think German and Danish are pretty similar, right? At least a lot of the words sound very much the same. I travel a lot, but the languages I know of are of my own country. Each island has almost different languages. Oh, wait a minute. I'm really good that there are so many beautiful languages, but sometimes I wish there was only one language, then maybe the world would understand each other better. Of course, this will never work. So Evelina, you can dig and drill all day now. Here you go. Oh my god, my dear Speed. I love you. I make jokes about Bavaria all the time. I also don't accept Bavaria as a federal state in Germany, no chance. Absolutely no chance. I don't even know if one of my German friends in the Discord is somehow from Bavaria. I hope you don't hold it against me. I don't mean it too seriously, of course, but honestly, Bavaria is. Yes. Well, you have the same problem with many other countries. The best example is Japan. Japan is so extremely different, but everyone only sees Tokyo and thinks that all of Japan is so crazy. Oh, shit. All men on battle station. Okay, I wish I had woken up the robots. However, they come from the north and from the east. And also in the west. They even have wild boars with them. But fortunately, these are not wall breakers. And they are all fleeing very nicely. I think we have new prisoners. The letters are all very badly injured. I don't think I can save them. Okay, one has 7 hours and the other has 9 hours. So 2 guys we can definitely capture. Well, either humans invent one universal language that is not English or we are stuck without becoming type 1. Well, I guess you can say in my country is the same with Japan has dialect, but I can totally believe that my country have different languages. Of course, my dear Speed, thank you very much for being there. I was very pleased. Sleep comfortably and good luck. We're going to continue with our challenge for now, and so far we're still alive. I don't know myself how we managed the plan, but we did it. And we have 2 prisoners. That means they get a few organs. I guess I don't need any more super good seeds yet. We have 4 pieces, it will take me a while to wear them out. This, by the way, is the group that I personally hate the most. Just because they're stinking, ugly furious. Though we have our national language that unite us all, but even then sometimes children below 15 aren't talking or understand our own national official language. Yes, you have the same problem in Germany to some extent.
But she loves the green furries.
I hate green buries the most. By the way, we have now reached our 4th cycle, so 4 pieces 4 more. So we've pretty much completed 66% of Diablo. And these disgusting furies are now being dismantled. In 4.4 days we could run and trade, but I don't think I need that right now. Or we go to trade and we look for a Berserker Lance. Or a Stun Lance. Funnily enough, they also work on robots. Because of the people in the top corner, they're still there. You mean the Furies who attacked, they're all dead. They attacked us with 3 small groups from 3 different directions. All 3 groups are done. Or fled. Oh, you mean the robots? Yes, they're still there. I won't attack the robots either, it's too dangerous. When the mortar wakes up, I'm going to call for help and I hope that the help can somehow cause enough chaos. Unfortunately, the mortar will wake up much earlier before my Diablo is finished. Unfortunately, you can't build the robot yourself that can revive others. Hey, thanks for your follow. You can build 3 large other robots, the Diablo, the War Queen and the Centurion. The Centurion builds up a huge protective shield that can protect your friends. But you can't summon this particular robot that can revive its friends. This is a very special robot, only the opponent has it. Why is our robot screwing up all the surgeries right now? He's worse than Evelina. The Centurion is not the robot that revives others. The Centurion is the robot that has a huge protective shield and can use it to protect friends. The robot you mean by the resurrection, it takes Hippocrates. You'll see it soon enough. This is the Centurion. And he's got a huge field of energy down here. You don't see that right now, do you? Wait a minute, I'd have to make out my logos. Damn, if I knew where. My OBS is so damn messy. I can't find this thing. Ah, yes, there. So, you see 300 of 300 energy down here. And you see these white dots here as well. In this area, he has a huge protective shield afterwards. And all friends standing inside will be protected by ranged attacks until the shield breaks. This apocrite is quite different. It has a very unique and sinister shape. So, here you see the War Queen. At least a small symbol. I guess I'll try to build a War Queen next if I have the resources to do so. This is a very good combination. A couple of fighting hedgehogs that cause chaos and the Diablo right behind them. That's right, the War Queen is the person who always summons 3 little fighting hedgehogs. And the Apocryph is this very special boss robot that has an aura that lowers the morale of your people, that resurrects his own friends, and that can jump around and also has a very strong core battle weapon. Who knows, maybe he'll even come soon. Sometimes they even just show up by chance. In the middle of the attacks. Alternatively, you have to summon it yourself, but for that you need a special antenna, and that antenna eats a whole lot of high-tech components that I don't have. The Diablo is the only robot you can summon just like that, without any means. We've even called for a declaration of war once and it almost killed us. It had been such a spectacular fight. We tried everything we could try. They were in the middle of the base with their 18 fighting hedgehogs, and Evelina, when she was running around with the grenades, was shooting at them one by one. Oh my goodness, what's going on today? Thanks for the follow. We have to make sure that we actually get rid of all our organs. Or I summon an exotic merchant. We have a lot of cool stuff. You know what? Exactly. That's what we do. Please send us an exotic dealer, they definitely have high-tech components. If you're lucky, you might still have some practical biological body parts. Oh no, they're called bionic. And why is the damned prisoner still alive? Why the hell is the prisoner still alive? I think the robot kept messing up the operation. Out with the heart. Evelina has the flu. Sasha remains our paramedic. Don't worry, you're fine. she doesn't even have to rest in bed. Her immunity is so good, she should be able to survive easily. The flu is actually the worst illness you can have, next to the wound infection. The wound infection is really extremely dangerous, very deadly. The flu is also quite dangerous. All other diseases such as sleeping sickness or malaria and plague and the like, they are all so harmless. Okay, in 2 days the mortar will wake up. I don't like that. Okay, let's do plan B. Evelina goes upstairs for a moment. Take a few simple robots with you. We'll see if we can buy a berserker or a stun lance. We're going to need them against the robots. And then, when the mortar wakes up, we will stun the caterpillars and the allies will do the rest. Because I doubt the guys will be able to manage a few battle caterpillars. Don't ever underestimate those damn caterpillars, they're so dangerous. Yes, we try everything we can. We're going to try to hold our own against that damn mortar somehow, of course. Hey, by the way, I actually see right now that all the dewatering pumps have done a great job. That means we can tear you down. And that means our walls are probably fireproof now. Well, most of them. Definitely, the swamp trail. An explosion at the communication center, that could have gone wrong. If the thing had caught fire, no one would have been able to put it out. Wait a minute, we have the medical robot. I think he would have done it. Okay, he's got a berserklance. Well, at least. I actually wanted the stun lance, but I think berserker is also good. Then I'll take some medicine with me. You can always use it. I didn't even have to use my organs. The guy just took so much stuff from smoke leaves. Okay, then quickly home, then the robots will be woken up, then we will make 2 caterpillars berserk and then we will see what the mortar does. And if it doesn't work, we'll have to call for reinforcements. The good thing is that Berliner never sleeps. This is so powerful. So we can really start running and trading at any time. Oh, the exotic merchant has just appeared. Maybe he has a stun lance. Don't run away, you bum. In fact, he has a shock lance. Very pretty. And he even has the best leg there is. An AR Sicho Tech beingI'm. Oh, damn it, I've got to have that. And it has high-tech components. Okay, the trade was really worth it. We were able to sell all of our belongings and we even had to give away our silver. And Evelina gets a new leg. Very soon. Now we have to take care of the carrot coffin, which will wake up in 14 hours. What do we want to prevent? The tactic is explained simply, we will wake them up. Only then can you use the lance. When they are awake, we will pollinate the caterpillars with the berserker ants. Oh shit, we should make Evelina happy first. She's very unhappy right now. I would really need drugs for such situations. So, here we go, you've slept, you've rested, you're happy. Got to get close enough for that damn lance. This can be dangerous. That's why we have our little victim roles with us, our mini robots. Oh my god, they even have 3 caterpillars and down they woke up too. I don't like that at all. Okay, retreat. Does Evelina protect my victims? Interestingly, the mortar sleeps even a few more hours. Okay, Evelina is safe. Where's the stun lance? It's lying around outside. Oh, damn, they're coming. It wasn't planned that way. Thought they'd stay down there with their mortar. Well, it doesn't matter. Just need to stun the caterpillar and we've done it. Perfect. So, now the mortar is unprotected. Hopefully the others won't come. Because of being more unprotected than a minigun Tom even more. Ouch. Oh shit, the explosion was meant.
Here you go, have a head pat.
Yes, they fight each other. This is the Berserker Lance. The Berserker Lance, as the name suggests, is a berserker. This means that the unit is attacking everything else and all the people are attacking the berserker. The stun lance is also super handy. Look at the caterpillar, it's confused now. He can no longer defend himself. Like some kind of brain damage, even though he doesn't have a brain. So, if I understand correctly, there are only 5 days left now. Well, it's a mechanical caterpillar. In fact, there are also real insects in this game, huge monsters, insects. But we probably won't see them here at all. They usually appear where there is a huge mountain range, underground. And only when it's very warm. I don't think they show up at all in cold temperatures. Alright. Evelina has also survived her flu. And we have become in Carrot Salis. Next, we need to take care of the guys down there slowly. Somehow, I'm missing an allied robot corpse. You could say it's malfunctioning. Wait, where's the other robot corpse I picked up earlier? Did I accidentally throw them in the dirt somewhere? Oh, you've got that thing in your luggage. She drags an 18-kilogram robot around in her trouser pocket all day. Must be very large pockets. Oh, there's a rocket launcher here. It sounds better than you think. It's relatively strong, but it doesn't help at all against the robots down there against the caterpillars. It does about 50 points of damage with a single missile. And I think a single body part of them has over 250 health points. Or even 300. I don't know. Okay, the stupid thing is, of course, that this one confused battle caterpillar is now with the enemies down there. Now, if I call the allies, they'll attack this confused, useless battlewoman and be slaughtered by the other robots. Okay, you know what? I think I'm really building a second craftsman. One craftsman can't keep up with all the drugs. And why is my medical robot still so badly damaged? This is a real scandal. The problem is that their craftsmanship is not necessarily the best. Later on, be sure to put together some really good chips so that their repair speed is greatly increased. Actually, I wanted to make her a production specialist as well. What can I forget? The problem is, once she takes on any specialization, she doesn't want to do simple work. And who, pray tell, is going to put the prisoners in this strange transport capsule and remove the brains? That's right, no one. Okay, I'll try to call our friends, or I'd rather not. I think we'll wait until our Diablo is ready. If our friends attack and they're bound to die against 3 battle robbers, then those battle caterpillars will probably attack us, and I'm not armed without Diablo. The Diablo alone won't do it either, not against 3 pieces of. Then fighting machine against machine. Need a better bulk. And a single robot against a total of 10 pieces or so. You have 3 melee fighters. You've got a creature with a protective shield, you've got 3 blaster caterpillars for fat ranged combat, and they've even got that weird one. This small, sad guy. Which actually does a lot of damage. I think he does 70 damage on a single shot. That's damn bad, violent. Alright. The last 2.2 days, then it is ready for use. Okay, you can also see exactly how big the radius of the spaceship is. You can see exactly where green is and where there is brown. And I think that's also the maximum limit right now. Whereby, no, it says 73. So he hasn't reached 100 yet. So it comes right up to my wall. But yes, all plants die in the radius. .5 days to go. I'm a bit nervous, hopefully nothing bad will happen now. So, then we have to make sure that we increase our bandwidth somehow. And then we definitely have to warn the War Queen, and she needs, I think, 6 bandwidth. Theoretically, the easiest thing would be to try to farm some Diablo chips for the backpack. I believe the backpack gives 12 bandwidth or even more. Yields 9. Okay, that's less than I thought, but it's easily enough for the queen. Look who's walking around out here. Small asshole. Okay, at least that's the guy gone for now. Yes, I say, they can withstand a lot. And you have to keep in mind that it's a masterful weapon that she has. It's not that bad. Well, 9.2 DPS isn't good. But she's not really here for the fight. At some point, we'll research a real weapon for them, I think. A sniper rifle or a pulse lance or a pulse rifle. Or an assault rifle. I think the assault rifle would be perfect even. Good range, good rate of fire, good damage. My favorite weapon had always been the pulse rifle. The pulse rifle was really the best weapon in my eyes. It's always a matter of taste. It just has such an awesome rate of fire and penetrates armor very quickly. This weapon is great against all enemies with high armor or against robots. If you have to fight animals or enemies that somehow don't have any armor at all, then the assault rifle is probably better. But I think most pro gamers rely on assault rifles permanently, always. The assault rifle has better step safety and more range than the pulse rifle. Where does all the toxic waste come from? The Diablo is ready. Oh baby, there it is. Isn't that a beauty? We baptize you ILNOO. Okay, I'm going to charge it completely just to be on the safe side. First. Why ever? Do you really want him to be called Jeff? Okay, then I'd say we'll try our luck, we'll call for help, and we'll follow with the Diablo. Then we should be able to do it easily. Oh no, we're sticking with the name, at least I can pronounce it. Oh, we don't have any steel left, I see. Then we have to do something urgently, right away. Let's call our friends first. Oh shit, they're really close already. I don't get there in time. No, we're not going to call Asterion in Diablo. Fuck Asterion. I can even stun a female fighter. That's what I'm seeing right now. I still have my staff. Okay, Jeff, grab them. We have to retreat. Our friends died instantly. Unfortunately. And Evelina got it too. Yes, what did you expect? After all, they were just a few pigs. Well, at least the enemy melee fighters are dead. But as I said, the big problem is the Centurion. Di Centurio does end melee. And if he suddenly found himself standing in front of the Diablo with this protective shield, then we jump ourselves in the air. The good thing is that one of the fighting caterpillars is confused. We'll just call for help again and then they should die. Definitely, all the melee fighters are all dead from them. Jeff can lie outside quietly, nothing happens. Yes, I can't build the queen yet. I need bandwidth for this. And I think I need a chip as well. Oh, we need research anyway, I see right now. We must invoke the Apocratus so that we can search the queen. There was something there. Completely forgotten. And to summon the guy, I need this antenna. And this antenna needs steel, which I don't have either. We're really poor suckers, just sort of. Guess I'll bring the deep drill up for a moment. Yes, we are currently lacking raw materials, many raw materials. Ironically, all the steel that I could still mine is right down here with the enemy. That's why I'm positioning the deep drill up north. We can do a bit of digging on the side. Okay, 4 hours to go. Another 4 hours, then we can try again. Yes, as I said, these battle robberies are maximally unfavorable. They are very strong. Let's see how much steel comes out of it. 46 horny. That's actually possible. It's really not difficult. We even have a bonus of +1. She got 45 out and made 46 out of it. Yes, next round. Usually, they're actually pretty good against the robots because they have a lot of grenades. Ditch your giant cannon or you'll kill our friends. Completely pulverized. Absolutely brilliant. If he hits, they're just dead. Oh, wait a minute. Wonderful. Just wonderful. So, now we can go looting. We collect everything there is here. At least the food and stuff.
Here you go, have a head pat.
Yes, this infernal cannon does a lot of damage against buildings. And what it looks like. There are 55 scrap steel lying around out here. We can collect them all. We can scrap all robots as well. There is still so much steel lying around here. We can collect it all. Audi killed the dealer. That's what I'm seeing right now. So, now we're going to take care of more bandwidth somehow. The easiest thing would probably be to put up 6 more towers. We have the electricity. We just don't have the steel for it. We need 1,200 steel. Wait, are there any other options? I think you can build armor, but I also need the apocryph. Or we can make the headset out of the War Queen's chip, but it's not that much better. That's only 3 bandwidth. We can't get around it, we have to build the towers. The good thing is, as already mentioned, there is a lot of steel out here, especially all the scrap steel. Our crafting robot also dismantles them all. Hello
Here
Leo
you
and
go,
good night.
have a head pat.
So, now you could even theoretically invoke this Apocryptus. Oh, damn. And he has 11 friends. And he can revive them. I'm not quite sure how we're going to do that yet. We have our Diablo, but it's not strong enough to fight an army like that. And now, for the first time, you see the insects. Oh shit, run. We need our Diablo. And now I'm going to show you the second weapon from the Diablo. That's why it's called Diablo. And insects really don't love fire at all.
Fire. Me wants marshmallows.
Yes, insects are already ultra annoying, unfortunately. I thought they were all dead, but they're still walking around here. At least you left my deep drill alone. But I think the Diablo destroyed the power line. Normally, you could survive such an insect attack pretty easily, but what is unfortunately in the open field is always such a critical matter. Effectively, we only have one combat robot. Berlin's shooting is not the best either, although it already has 7 points. If it gets 2 more points, it is at +1. Oh shit, we're having a solar storm right now. Now our robots are even running around confused because we don't have enough bandwidth because of the towers. Poor Jeff. I think it's great. I even thought Evelina was building along. That's not so bad when it comes to building. And what I also like is, she has almost 10 skill points in mining. Okay, the robots are all fixed and they are also recharging. And now let's take care of the towers. And at some point I'll have to implant your leg, won't I? I was extremely frightened. Please don't ever fluff FFY do that again. You madman. Mechanitor. Oh no, wall breaker shit. That's not a big head. You just have little eyes. Okay Jeff, it's your turn again. We've got shitty wall breakers again. How cute. They spit fire on my robots. How he just pulverizes all the people. I'm totally in love with this Diablo. Unfortunately, all my little robots are all back on the ground. And 2 pieces even died. Oh, the medical robot has died. Why can't the opponent just leave me alone? Oh. Maybe we need to summon a wholesaler and order steel. I can't think of anything else right now. We lost a construction robot and a medical robot. The medical robot isn't all that tragic. But yes, let's definitely summon a wholesaler. We need so much steel. It's quite exhausting when you have one person who has to take care of everything, mining and all the robots. I mean, I knew steel was going to be a problem at some point. So Abeladana, as a nest you make some nice parties. Maybe you can boost your own morale and the reputation of your neighbors. Okay, that was a lot of shit. You can do better, you party animal. I say yes, our craft robot can't keep up with all the work, it's unbelievable. Need at least one more carrying robot or at least one more craft robot and one carrying robot. Wonderful. And with that, the reputation of our neighbor is saved again. Okay, now you're going to melt down a bit of steel and then we're going to revive the other 2 robots. Two days the wholesaler comes and we have a lot of smoke leaves. But you see, we are making such melancholy progress. We should actually try to farm more chips from the boss robot to make everything a bit easier. Above all, we would actually need a lot of Diablitz chips. When I look at all the poison milk again and see what is still to come, I get very sick. And our dear friend Jay has already taken quite a bit of damage. Just now. But did you see how you killed 5 people with a single shot of the infernal cannon? He's so awesome.
Don't eat my plants. Don't eat my plants.
Hello, Hiraku. You wonderful person. Of course, he's upset. I mean, it was just forbidden to eat plants. Anyway, I wanted to renew all the videos a bit at some point and replace them with something else. But that has so many problems on it. Unfortunately. Oh yes, I'm doing great. How are you? Did you just get up? Isn't it kind of early morning or noon for you? I mean, it's pretty late for me right now. Yesterday I had a huge shitty day, really extremely bad, everything went wrong, both privately and work-wise, and today. Well, today everything is kind of great. So 2 p.m. is interesting for you right now. Whenever I'm about to go to work early in the morning, I always see you online, busy and happily streaming. As I said, there are always extremely shitty days when you can't do anything. Wait a minute, if it's for about 2 p.m. for you now and for me it's 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. I calculate the hours back, which is about 7 to 8 hours. This means
So,
that
du
you stream
hübsches
on your
Geschöpf
home
von
until about
Elfe,
midnight and
ich
even
wandere
beyond.
mal ins Bett, viel Spaß dir noch, sei lieb zu deinen Reiz, und wir lesen uns morgen, Silver will.
Good night, Culver, thank you for being there. Good night, you. In other words, you'll be streaming until midnight or probably even until 1 a.m. Okay, he has components and he even has steel, but not much steel. Shit. Why does the guy have that when I stole with him? He's such a pathetic traitor. I can't even build a tower with this steel, but I can build one. But I need more than just a tower. I need a lot of towers. Okay, you know what? Maybe we'll build our next craftsman's robot after all, because somehow the other one can't keep up. Yes. Today, I won't be able to stay super late because my days off ended LOL, so if I am streaming it will be like 5 p.m. to maybe 10 p.m. I mean, do you remember my early days where I streamed this game for up to 14 or 16 hours? Those were still the glory days. Well, you have to imagine, I have a total of 3,300 hours and I'm still pretty much at the beginning, I think with my knowledge. VoD. But I'll be happy to try to teach you a few things. Even though it may not be much. Yes. We are currently facing a very special challenge. Just one colonist and only robots, that's really exhausting. The problem is, Evelina can't split up. She has to manage the robots, she has to do mining, and she has to do research. And we're just so hardcore lacking in steel. We just didn't feel as stable for anything at all. believe me, if you have robots, you need a lot of them. There's actually a mod where you can do something similar to co-op. You somehow have 2 mouse cursors on one screen. Yes. It may not be the same as a real basket. I wish there was a robot that did deep mining. It's so caustic, actually. Or I wish for a real space wholesaler to come, who must have somehow 2000. I think there's even a mod in this game where a lot of players are on the same map together. I don't know exactly how this is supposed to work, because the game is almost real-time. I just haven't dealt with that yet. So the next thing we need to do is get rid of our toxic waste. We have way too much. Our warehouse is completely overflowing. We will completely drown in toxic waste. Then I absolutely need another carrying robot, and I need another robot for crafting. Although I don't think the carrying robot is that important. The other would be more important. And get rid of the garbage. We have to get out 4 whole loads, that's how much we have. And that alone costs so much. Alternatively, you could round up all the robots and just drive away, but that takes too long for me. We do this in a nice and well-behaved way, in the classic way, and take away the garbage with our transport capsules. Damn, we don't even have wood left, guys, we're completely screwed. Once all our poor robots are broken, it takes as long as it takes for them all to stand upright again. The next problem could even be the electricity, but I can see right now it's just because the power line has broken. Once again through En Diablo. Yes, this infernal cannon always shoots away the right things. But also really always exactly the one cable I need at the moment. It's a real mess. Very pretty. We have disposed of toxic waste 100 times right away, so our warehouse is much more pleasant again. High cold. How nice that you're stopping by, too. I have everything in perfect order with you and I hope you have eaten, drank, slept properly, the usual. Oh my god, a wholesaler, an intergalactic wholesaler. And it has 745 steel, I'll get it right away. How unfortunate that I can't sell anything this time. Although, I could sell the rock splitter directly. Yes. At least only so many that I'm reasonably above N+. With 745 steel, we can get a little further straight. I did everything, but unfortunately I didn't sleep properly. Hopefully that will change tonight. Yes, I know the problem too well. I still believe that good sleep is just a mythical creature. There is no such thing. But as you can see, we're doing quite well here. Not out of the woods by a long shot, but we're doing quite well here. It would be a bit of a shame if it wasn't like that. After trying so hard and already surviving for 3 days. But I realize that this swamp is giving me a lot of trouble. On Mr. Gamble, I see right now that it's already from 11 p.m. Ah, too bad. But we got a lot done today. It may not look like it, but yes, we've come a long way. We've finished our Diablo. And tomorrow we will do everything we can to preserve our War Queen. Then we'll definitely have a super good combination, and I'm sure we'll be able to do a lot more. Nevertheless, I really see the huge problem with steel. I don't know how to solve this in the long run. I mean, because we have a single person who does mining. And she's not even really good at it. Do we always have to act, and act more? Or maybe I'll build a real mining robot and we'll look for something with the long-range scanner. No, this is extremely ineffective. If you do find an occurrence, you may have no idea. I'll say a maximum of 1000 steel if everything goes well. And even that is probably way too much. In any case, the depth scanner is better. And the deep drilling. Well, you enchanting creatures, today was a beautiful day. And above all, we made new friends, it seems. Let's see, where am I going to send you today? Do we want to go to ANNFIA? I don't think we've been there for a while. She's playing. Alan Wake, 2 doesn't tell me anything either. So get the torches ready. Thank you so much for being there, my dears. Yes. It is such a great pleasure with you. F. Have a good night and a great day. Go for it, I love you. Tomorrow we will continue, so maybe until tomorrow. Bye bye.
Because typically this is like the first combat. We had the other guy, but this guy is different, so. Tyurru, welcome on in, Raiders. I hope you're having a great day today. Welcome on in. How was y'all stream today, Tyurru? Graf, welcome on in. Welcome in. Right now we are,